anonymous. All we want is freedom, but they always trying to catch another case like the gang leader's name was a Gilligan. Fuck your authority, but then accordingly, damn. They got weapons, we got guns, like we driving. Damn, what's the plan? All I'm saying, we in the jam, go ham. But we steady, watching the office, look, it's time to take a stand. Look, I see the bricks, but I need a shotty. Vengeance for all them bodies. I auto hooks my Gunny. Reparations on me, your Rory.
This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon fed.
Broke the spell. Never seen. We're manifesting reality. We have the ecstasy. We're coming in with the sickest of strategies. Never been able to ponder the truth. Spilling our secret anatomy. See through deception and fakery with peer-reviewed mockery. Who are these people that talking to me? These people, they more like sheeple. They're like cocaine fiends, just strapped in, flapping their gums. They're looking all over the floor for a piece. It's time I get Benjamin out gem lines for least. That's right, we got you off the hook. You're looking a little bit shook. Take a good look at the game for the reasons I stop believing the demons. Grab your Glock, it's hunting season.
This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon fed. This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon fed.
Broke the spell. Never seen.
Okay, thank you again for joining. More Chief Crow, Auto Hoax or GTFO. One of the reasons why we're promoting Chief Crow right off the bat every single night is that he will be performing live at the Solar Return Festival. And I'll post a link in the video description so you can find that, and also you can just go straight over to his YouTube channel and ask him. You don't want to miss it, and there's a couple of live videos up there that you may want to check out, and I actually have them in regular rotation, usually on the live streams here, at least once a night. That's a new moon, 313, very psyopy date. And by psyopy, I mean there's a lot of psychological operations that tend to happen on 313 and 331. And it seems to be the case that there's a lot of mirroring in their numerology. And I'm talking about the witches and wizards that control this place. Anyway, it's a new moon. It matters to them for some reason. And, you know, if you believe contemporary establishment science, the new moon is also flat and covered in dinosaur bones. And that's all science, and you can fact check me. Okay, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Just want to point this out, and I say this with a bit of pride. YouTube took out 3 channels last week because I refused to not let the anti-vaxxers have their say. And I said last night that I may not agree with your stances, but I'm willing to lose a YouTube channel for your right to, well, at least make those statements and possibly defend them. But anyway, yeah, so we lost 3 channels. But like I said, we have backups, redundancies. I resurrected 3. So there's 3 YouTube channels concurrently streaming. If you're on one of those, thanks for joining us. Brian Williams says it's his favorite channel. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is that Lion Brian Williams? Man, you know, we talk about fake news, but we have to go back like years before people started real-time critiquing news on the internet. Hurricane Katrina. Remember what Brian Williams said about that? He claimed he was in a hotel and he watched bodies washing down the streets. Turns out he wasn't even there. I mean, there are so many things that guy got busted with. Just complete fabrications. And they put him on vacation for 6 months and he came back like nothing changed. And I thought, well, that's convenient. You have a scapegoat, so you make an example. And then people think, okay, you had one guy who lied once in a while and he got caught. And it's like, no, the entire network was behind all of these embellishments, all of these lies. Michael Cervantes says he was banned to MSNBC. Well, you know, it's all just a grotesque puppet show, and I know that very few of you listening take any of that very seriously, especially now, like this late in the game. I think we all know the score. I mean, if you're a listener to Infinite Plane Radio, and you have been for some time, you know that last year I said you're going to see the normalization of spacesuits in 2021. And even before 2021, I was certainly vindicated. But here we are, 2021, and people are walking around looking like minions. You know, the Pixar, those little characters with the pickles with the eyeball. They look like minions, and they're walking around because they're being safe. It's like, okay, really? You can put on a body condom, but you're still going to carry it home if you're in your vehicle, which was in the park. There's transference. Like the thing about decontamination and preventing the spread of anything, whether it's biological or chemical, is you have to have a very firm contamination line, like a line where you don't cross this line until you're stepping out of the clothes or the PPE that you were wearing while you were in the contaminated area. So the fact that he's wearing that inflatable pickle suit home, that right there tells you, well, he's just bringing it home on the outside. Unless he has his driveway rigged or his porch where it has some kind of, it sprays him down or something, but I doubt that. A couple of people said I need one of those. Yeah, I could probably put them up for sale on the site and get a few sales. I mean, people are literally trying whatever it takes. Like, I try to stay away from any kind of a bubble. And, you know, outside of the fringe minority of people who are questioning this stuff, people are lining up for vaccines. They're trying to get special access, vax junkies, black market vaccines, unregulated counterfeit vaccines. It's a big deal. Nola says, how can a helicopter hover a foot above the ground for 30 minutes and land in the same position if there's rotation of the ground? Well, the answer to that, right, because there's this thinking that the Earth rotates 1,000 miles per hour. So if you take your helicopter or your balloon up, you should be able to just go up and then look down until you find a state that you like, and you just go back down. But for all intents and purposes, you have to consider the Earth a closed system, and the atmosphere, as counterintuitive as that may sound, moves with it. And that's why, well, that's their official explanation. You know, do flights that go east to west versus west to east have a major difference accounted for by the supposed rotation of the Earth? These are valid questions, but as far as their model goes, the ball Earth assumes a closed system with regards to the atmosphere. So no. And the idea that a plane would fly off into space if it doesn't constantly dip its nose, it's kind of a nice idea, but not really, because there are other factors. But there are many valid points to be made here. For example, I've been looking out my window at these turbines 85 miles away, And I'm wondering why they're not even slightly tilted. Or moreover, why the clouds that I can see behind the setting sun, behind Mount Taylor's Peak 106 miles away, why are these distant clouds parallel to the ground, level, parallel to the surface that I'm on? You would think that since we're on a curvy ball, that they would be curving over, the clouds. At that distance, I imagine I'd see the bottoms of them, but I don't. Now, I hope I answered your question about the helicopter. I don't think I answered it. I just answered it from their perspective, Radical flat earthers will say, well, if the ball were spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it would be like a conveyor belt beneath your feet. But again, it's the atmosphere thing. Now, as far as the moon goes, this is where I think you have them. So the moon is rotating like 10 miles per hour, you would say. So if you ever get on the treadmill and you turn it on 10 miles per hour, you understand what it's like to jump off of a treadmill and jump back on. You would fall on your face. So when the lunar lander, which was obviously made out of shower curtain rods, duct tape, scotch tape, and construction paper and aluminum foil, what else did they put in that thing? I think the actual compartment for the astronauts was like a washing machine. Anyway, it was a rickety piece of garbage. And I'm thinking, how did that thing land on a ball with no atmosphere, rotating 10 miles per hour? See, now there's a problem. And now they say that the thing's got dinosaur bones on it because the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs sucked them up into space. So that's something you can look forward to. When Apophis 42999 comes down to kill you, April 29th, 2029, or something like that, they have a date for these things. No, actually, it was Friday the 13th, April in 2029. So basically, in like 8 years, Apophis is going to come kill us. And now we're supposed to believe that if it punctures a hole in our atmosphere with enough velocity, that outer space will basically be in direct contact with the Earth and you'll get sucked out into space. And as the scientists say, you might end up in the moon or on the moon along with all those dinosaur bones. Okay, Nola says that was just one of the thoughts I've always had that has stuck with me. These are interesting questions. Like the assumed curvature of the Earth or the curvature that you see that causes boats to sink below your view. That's refraction for the most part. The idea that they're somehow going over, that's ridiculous. And yes, Tim Truth called in last night and let us know that NASA is seeking volunteers. They need some donors. They want to send, and I'm going to have to pull this up on the screen, as much as I hate to do this. I hit 6 in my first search term because I was looking for this last night, was 6.66 million sperm to the moon. This is from insider.com. Maybe this is why we haven't seen Don Petit. Scientists want to send 6.7 million sperm samples to the moon. This is disgusting. And I want to say this too. Listen to the verbiage here. This is so disgusting. I'm sorry, but this is a fertility cult. And what they're doing here is disgusting because it's masquerading as science. But what they're suggesting here is they want to build an ark on the moon filled up with all this stuff. Clearly the rocket obelisk, sun god symbolism going to the moon, this is the great rite of Wicca. This is what they did at the Apollo, the whole Apollo ritual. We're looking at fertility rites. So when they say they want to create an ark, it says here, they want to put a vault below the moon surface. So they're going to have a hole in the moon that they're calling the lunar pit. And in the lunar pit, in the vault, they're going to fill it up with the doomsday seed vault or whatever. Anyway, 6.66666 million sperm samples. Got it. All right, let's see. Now, again, this is, like I said, this is consistent. When we were talking last night, we were talking about the evolution of the space age itself. And this is a fascinating story when you get into it, how ritualistically they have reenacted the birth of the new age in the sky above. The first spacewalk had a resemblance that I'm saying is intentional to just a fetus in the womb with the umbilical cord. And the astronaut with the the faceless visor and the oversized head and the cable from the stomach to the craft, it's all very emblematic because the night sky is the womb of the goddess. The earth god, and everybody on earth worships the obelisk. The earth is his body. The sky is her body. And so the space program is representing, I believe, the gestation of the new age. And the conception of it was Apollo 11. So the fact that they want to basically reenact this thing by putting the stuff on the moon, I'm telling you, it's all symbolic. Nobody really wants this to happen. I have a few things about the moon as well. We talked about this last night, how the cosmonauts have a video of the moon set, and it's totally flat. Before we get to anything else, though, I want to point this out. Elon Musk has the reptoid eyes, so whenever you write down his name, make sure you put semicolons. So if you're new to this channel, if you ever see somebody you suspect of being a reptoid, we just ask that you put their name in between a set of semicolons. So for example, 3 semicolons, Elon, 3 semicolons. And if you note, it kind of looks like the vertebrae in a snake, and that's the whole point, or the eyes of a serpent. So we're trying to suggest here, just so you know, so everybody knows, yes, we've already made this assessment. So let me go ahead and play this video for those of you watching. This video is 42 seconds long. Elon Musk's reptilian eyes. There is some audio.
How close to death did you come?
Within single-digit weeks.
22 hours a day, or like what? How many
I
hours?
was working, so 7 days a week, sleeping in the factory. I worked in the paint shop, general assembly, body shop.
Now I have to apologize for those who are just listening. Just try to imagine a close-up of Elon Musk's eyeballs. And he has these vertical snake-like slits instead of just circular pupils. He seems to be sweating, quivering or something. His skin seems a little kind of like, I don't know if they use drugs or something, but anyway, he's got the reptoid eyes. Reptile confirmed. Also, I put together a little photo montage if you care to look. Basically, my contention here is that if you look at Joe Biden as Vice President Joe Biden, and then look at President Joe Biden, side by side, and I think we can all agree, and Sean Hannity agrees, that it's 2 different Bidens. And I've been suggesting for some time that if you go by the skull shape alone, his son, Beau Biden, supposedly deceased, his son, Beau Biden's skull is far closer to President Biden's skull than President Biden's skull is to his own skull from just a few years ago. And the significance of this is that skulls don't really change that much. So we've been asking the question, who's behind the mask? And I'm still thinking it's Beau, even though some have presented some convincing cases it might be Jim Carrey. So if you have any opinions on who is playing the president, he may just be a hologram. And, I find more and more mainstream articles calling him a hologram. It's like the Overton window no longer exists. We're officially in the Twilight Zone. Commenter says Beau Biden has a narrower skull. Could be, but here's the thing. If Beau Biden is playing Joe Biden, you would expect there to be some added thickness. That's what the mask would actually do initially. And they would perfectly sculpt it to meet the requirements. So I don't think that's a cancellation. The smaller skull is, I think, something that goes in the favor of this theory. If his skull was larger, I would say no, because that's just something you cannot change. So narrower skull, I concur. Nola says none of the MSN call him President Biden. Well, it's really strange that we have these, and if you haven't seen it, it's not difficult to find. Joe Biden is walking to the podium and about the top eighth of his head disappears. And we thought it might just be an error, a glitch or something. It's a common error you'd see with a green screen, meaning they didn't plan it right. You have to color coordinate your wardrobe with your background if you're going to do green screen work. But maybe they just have a whole lot of stock footage. That's what I've been wondering. Maybe they have a lot of stock footage and they need him walking down the hall, just roll this clip. I mean, it could be holographic. Tim Truth says, so if it's Bo, he's acting like a senile stutterer for effect. Precisely. And he would have had several years to perfect the act. And that's what it would precisely be. It would be an act. And one thing you can't deny, whatever your thoughts on this, is that his persona is not the same. Delightfully Not says he was a junkie, so he's probably effed naturally. Right. Good point. Good point. Could be hard living. Decades and decades, and now they're just propping him up, kind of a Weekend at Bernie's type of situation. See, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that, it's a character, it's a prop, it's a puppet. But it's just as likely that, it's just years of drugs. Okay, so let's move on. You know, he does look a hell of a lot like Jimmy Buffett, or he used to. Someone pointed that out to me. Now, this is something I said we were going to discuss live. There's actually nothing to discuss about it other than, I don't know, it's just a curious resemblance. I was noticing that the pillow guy, I think his name is Mike Riddell. Is that his name? The guy who's in the pillow fight with David Hogg. He looks exactly like the Undertaker's manager. I think his name was Paul Bearer or something. Like, if you can imagine the pillow guy with like white pancake makeup and black hair dye, it's the same guy. And I want to look at these pillows, and are these coffin pillows? Like, maybe that's what he's doing. Yeah, his name was Paul Bearer. It's genius. So I'm thinking Paul Bearer just took his coffin pillows, which are probably very comfortable, and repackaged them and became the Pillow Man. I can't see the difference between the two. I've tried. I mean, it's just this one picture, but... All right, let's move on. Some more fake but dismal news. Police searching for Sarah Evrard, made-up name, and they find human remains in Kent. Now, I think this is something to decode. Another one of these stories, you can all guess her age. Found on 3-3. Yes, she was 33. This is probably going to be used to promote some agenda. Haven't figured out what yet, but the name Sarah Everard, 33-year-old. Last year, we had this long set of nights where we were talking about how many 33-year-olds were turning up dead around or on July 13th. And this was last year. There were 3 high-profile cases. There was that actress from Glee, and there was that poker player, and then there was a third. It was the one that CEO with the green hair that had been chopped to pieces. Anyway, 3 33-year-olds all turning up dead on July 13th. A very significant date, which we may get to. But the point is, the way they died in each case was very consistent with the myth of the death of Osiris. Even the green hair, you could connect with that. But last night we talked about this and the significance of this. I mean, so many of these major world-shaping, world-changing, transformative psychodramas have some kind of a starring character who happens to be 33, if you haven't noticed. All right, let me continue. DZ1 says, eBay won't let me pay you. Okay, yeah, definitely send me a message. And yes, I have, because look, DLive demonetized us. DLive used to allow us to accrue bananas, ice cream, and ninja guineas in exchange for, well, you just accrue these things, you cash it in. Anyway, they demonetized us. We thought they had a change of heart because it was turned back on for a little while, but they took it away again. So in order to make up for that, which was sort of a side income. I've started selling artwork again, although I'm mostly focusing on digital art. However, I am putting some physical pieces up on eBay. I've been doing some drawings that you might be interested in of some of the more ghastly political figures of 2020. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and continue through the list of topics. Somebody thinks that there may be a royal death soon. And this is just based on the fact that Meghan Markle has been photographed dozens of times in identical poses and postures and wardrobes as Princess Diana. And many of these poses come from magazines where they're talking about Diana's death. So it looks like a bit of foreshadowing. And I didn't look too closely at the wardrobes themselves, except for the black ones with the wide-brimmed black hats. I think we are seeing something here. So I won't be surprised if there's some kind of a tragedy around the corner. And someone else said something about, and I have the link here, that when they met, the prince was 33. Again, more coincidence you may think, but and let me bring up something else because someone didn't believe me. You have to look this up for yourself, I guess. Look up Tom Cruise, 33, divorce. Coincidence or Scientology? In other words, it's been suggested that the cult was behind this. They call it Tom Cruise's 33 problem. He split from all of his wives, 3 of them. Tom Cruise divorced all 3 of his wives when they turned 33. This number has very special meaning within Scientology. Well, Scientology is, if you ask me, it's just another head of the same hydra. The symbols all mean the same thing. You see the same symbols, you know, the pyramids, the phoenixes, etc. So none of this should surprise you. But Tom Cruise has popped up in our conversations lately because he's going to the space station this year, which is the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling from the sky. Hoaxahontas says Diana is a ritual. Well, you know the QAnons, who are strangely silent these days, the QAnoners believe that Princess Diana faked her death. They also believe that JFK Jr. faked his death and that they're going to come back and they're going to save us from Joe Biden and Kamala. I'm like, well, time's running out. March 4th is past. Hoaxahontas says the death of Diana is a ritual and Merkel is next. It looks like it to me. And one of the things we were discussing is the symbolism about these things. Like, I think she crashed into the 13th pillar. I have to dig into this because this was one of the first occult ritual murders I studied or looked into, mainly because it seemed like Diana, moon goddess. But moreover, on the site of her death, there's now a torch, an eternal flame. And this eternal flame is on top of a black pentagram or a black star. And the significance of the black star, kind of difficult to overstate that one. You know, black star in this broader picture. Here we go. Illuminati ritual sacrifice by Canaanite royals. Now, I don't believe that she actually died. I really think it's all psychodrama. But there is clearly a coded story here. But, you know, again, this is another one of these. I had to look at the dates. I think her date was August 31st. Now, the title of tonight's live stream, by the way, is, I call this a PSYOPY date. And the reason why is that there are a number of high-profile psychological operations, fake deaths, that have occurred on March 31st and March 13th. And as I pointed out, these dates are often shown in the inverse, mirror images or reversals. So we're looking at all of these different things in the context of them being part of the same essential script. You know, these aren't isolated incidents. When somebody says, well, this person faked his death, we're not talking about one rock star who got tired of it and wanted to cash in. We're talking about a bigger drama like Shakespeare, the world stage. Infinite Muse says David Bowie's Black Star final album. Okay, on that note, so David Bowie has some relevance here, specifically because of the space program. He's gone along with it, his music. In fact, his music was played on the Apollo 11 on the BBC. They played Space Oddity. More recently, the first music video in space was a David Bowie song performed by Chris Hadfield. It was that one, Ground Control to Major Tom. Then Elon Musk sends his Tesla Roadster to space, and it's playing the Starman on an infinite loop. And, you know, Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan. Just sort of a side note. But when Bowie died, his last album was called Black Star, which some have connected to a song by Elvis and something about David Bowie's death date and Elvis's birth date. I got to look at these dates because this is one of the keys to these operations. It's all astrological. And the song Lazarus on that album has to do with, of course, Lazarus, he rises from the dead in the Bible. But the storyline with David Bowie, and it trails along, it tracks with the space program, even up to this Tesla Starman ritual, which is what it is. And the stuff is all very much encoded. But, you know, it starts off with The Man Who Fell to Earth, which is a movie about, and we talked about this last night because it's about an alien who arrives on Earth, crash lands in New Mexico, and he establishes himself by giving technology to somebody who can patent the stuff. He's got one eye that's off, you know, David Bowie, which I think is very symbolic here. In the movie, he has to wear contact lenses to hide his reptoid eyes. He's got eyes like Elon Musk. Anyway, so The Man Who Fell to Earth is the start of this character, I believe, on the world stage, this Martian who's here to transition or help transition the world into the next age. And then when he reaches the end of the script, it's when he releases this album Black Star. And in that one, there is a stage play called Lazarus, where in the video he dies and then is reborn. Well, like Lazarus, who in the Bible returns from the dead after 3 days or something, David Bowie, a few days after his death, he returns and he pretends to be one of his own producers. And he gives a really awkward interview, riddled with duper's delight. And he was so recognizable, and this was on Sky News. He was so recognizable that they pixelated the interview. And they tried, you know, they do this as a way, I think, to make it look like it was an actual kind of interference, some kind of a glitch, but no, it was just a giveaway. And so if you haven't seen it, and if you search for David Bowie Jack Stevens, one of the main images you pick up is a thumbnail of a pixelated David Bowie. Again, I'm saying it's a deliberate pixelation. Salty Siren says that new platform Odyssey is sus AF. Well, Odysseus is the guy that came up with the Trojan horse. He was described as being crafty, which is why the gods liked him or whatever, Athena. But yes, he came up with the Trojan horse, so it wouldn't surprise me. But I like it. I like Odyssey. I like Library. I like all these platforms. I mean, the internet's a trap in itself. We're in the net. You're in the web voluntarily. I think the key is to use it and not get used by it. You know, same with the TV. You know, it's really just a matter of how you... Oh, let me stay on topic here. So, because this is an interesting parallel. I found some parallels. So you all know the story of Elon Musk. You know that Musk was invented by von Braun, his father. Just kidding. Although, some people have been trying to make me believe Elon Musk's father was von Braun, which is kind of not that unbelievable. So, we know where Musk comes from. Now, we know where Richard Branson comes from. But if you don't know, let me show you this one. So, Richard Branson, if you've ever seen him out there doing his thing, he's always on the beach. He's always sailing. He's always he looks like, kind of like a rock star. And I think it's intentional. So I have an image on the screen if you're looking at the smiling face of Richard Branson. Now, I believe that Richard Branson, who's another one of these space popes, I think that he is based on the blonde character Zaphod from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And just looking at the pictures side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You wouldn't know which one is Zaphod, which one is Richard Branson. I think all the major leading roles on the world stage are in fact characters, and they're based on popular characters or characters that have been intentionally popularized for the purpose of archetypal transference, to get you to respond to them as though they are this construct and not some cheap NWO puppet. Okay, so now I think that Jeff Bezos, this is what I'm getting at here. I think that Jeff Bezos, his persona, as the, again, Musk, Von Braun, Branson, clearly from this Hitchhiker's Guide, I think Jeff Bezos might actually be based on the man who fell to Earth and the Martian, disguised as a human who's able to use his superior intellect to basically become the richest man in the world. This one's not hard to put together, and what's more, the man who fell to Earth in New Mexico. And the one thing we know about the origin of Jeff Bezos, who has the same crazy eye as David Bowie, like one of his eyes is just glaringly different than the other. And that's, of course, I believe, symbolic as well, and I think you all know the meaning of it. But Bezos, like the man who fell to Earth, comes from New Mexico. And they don't know who his father is. Like, he's kind of like this, he was hatched here or whatever, or he landed here is the inference, if you ask me. So I think Bezos is based on that. The other guy is based on Hitchhiker's Guide, and the other one's based on Von Braun. Archetypes. Definitely a Dr. Evil archetype, no doubt. I have not watched The Dimming. If you have a link, please share. I'll do a deeper character analysis of the space popes later as a separate conversation. I've been putting this stuff together. In fact, Space Popes is the title of a chapter in Conspiratained, which will be out soon. I may be taking a great deal of time next week to completing the edit there, by the way. Conspiratained, and you can find it at conspiratained.com. Conspiratained is my attempt to get all of the banned ideas and burned books and even burned videos, transcripts, all of the best material that has come out of this channel in the last it's about 4 years now, in its 4th year. I'm putting all of the best material into a book, and they can burn it if they want, but I'm printing it outside of Amazon. And recently, Amazon's been deleting my books. They said, this one violates community standards. It's like, wow, okay. Marvey says, a handful to divide a nation with a vision of divisions. Nice. Okay, here we go. The Dimming. So The Dimming is a full-length climate engineering documentary. Oh. Yeah, you know what? This is an interesting topic, and you're welcome to call in about it. I find it very interesting, though, and I have to point this out because there's been a number of people who have noticed this, that the people who are on Greta's side of the fence don't care about chemtrails, but they do think that man is destroying the world. The people on the other side who laugh at Greta are terrified of the implications of chemtrails and geoengineering, that is, man destroying the world. So both sides agree that man's destroying the world, but one side thinks it's climate change and the other side thinks it's geoengineering. And since they can't agree, they're not able to cooperate, since they don't agree on the precise cause. So it's kind of fascinating here, because if they work together, they could save the planet, because both sides want to stop, I guess, planes or something. X-Race J76 says Antifa is out terrorizing Portland right now. Yeah, I've been watching this on Twitter for the last few days. I rarely comment on it. It's like, oh, Antifa's burning flags. Oh, Antifa's breaking windows. oh, Antifa is, basically creating a nuisance again in the streets. It's like, didn't they win the election? And by the way, someone pointed this out to me on my YouTube comments, so I appreciate everybody who leaves the comments. If I find anything good, I always drop it in the Discord server. They said 846, which, as you know, is a majorly important symbol in 2020 and now beyond, 846 being the George Floyd event. Well, anyway, 846 happens to be, if you count it in seconds, it's 526 seconds. And the significance is that the killing of George Floyd happens on 5/25. The next day is 5/26. So again, 526 seconds is 846. And the significance here is that 5/26/2020 happened to be the 88th anniversary of Antifa. Again, not sure what this means, but these are just patterns that are worth pointing out. These are little, I think, glitches, or if you want to look at it that way. You can kind of see there's a bit of a script here. This was not a spontaneous thing. Nola says, I don't know what the end goal is, but they're definitely doing something. I see crisscross patterns every day. I don't believe in this chemtrail thing, and I get a lot of flack for it. And I used to get, people used to get so mad at me. They'd say, how dare you? And then, I'm just like, okay, well, what can I do? You're not doing anything. I'm not doing anything, but you're asserting that these chemtrails are doing something to us. But then, it's been 21 years since somebody first blew the whistle on it. I'm like, well, what exactly is it doing? Like, do you know anybody who's been chemtrail damaged? Do you wear a mask to protect you from chemtrails? And so then they moved the goalpost and they said, no, it's no longer about chemtrails. Now it's about geoengineering. And again, it's all attached to this idea that man is destroying the world right now. And I'm not sure if I believe that. Does anybody here actually believe that Bill Gates is going to turn off the sun? That he's going to pump black goo into the sky in order to cool the planet, because shutting down the economy reduced the amount of pollution, and the lack of particulates in the air is actually causing the planet to, overheat. I mean, this is insane. They're saying we're not polluting enough, so we have to actually dim it. I mean, I hear these things, and I just don't know if if these are real things. And when I think of crisscross patterns in the sky from airplanes, I'm thinking, well, is that maybe the direction of travel? Do they have established flight paths? Or is it just random? I mean, if you're in an airplane looking down, you're going to say, well, I see a lot of crisscross patterns that those vehicles are on. Like, maybe those are just their paths. Do we have any pilots who can explain to us what the crisscross patterns are? Or are they deploying munitions against us? Is this biowarfare? And are all pilots complicit in essentially world genocide? We're talking Geneva Convention. This is why I think the conversation about chemtrails is ridiculous, because people are too flippant about it. They're saying, you're not woke if you don't know about chemtrails. Well, it's like, well, you're asserting that pilots are engaging in something that could get them hanged. So these are war crimes you're talking about. So how serious are you if you're not beating the drum, if you're not screaming at every plane and calling the airlines and telling them to shut it down? Nobody does that, though. Nobody ever goes out to the airlines and protests. Stop flying. You're killing us. Well, the environmentalists have done it. But again, I find it really curious that environmentalists don't believe in chemtrails, although they hate airplanes for an entirely different reason. And you know what? Every single chemtrail conspiracy theorist needs to thank Greta right now. You need to thank Greta and her ilk for having done so much damage to the airline industry. Because isn't that helping you? I mean, how does that even make sense? If they're trying to kill you with chemtrails, why would they be so against, these airlines being able to function? Why would the UN and others, these world saviors, talk about the need to eliminate needless travel by air? Why would they be against it if they're also trying to kill us with chemtrails? It just kind of doesn't make sense to me. If you have any answers for these questions, feel free to call in 833-311-1984. I don't fear the sky. I don't fear asteroids. I don't fear aliens. I don't fear chemtrails. I don't fear climate change. I don't fear HARP or any of these things. Okay, we're going to continue down the list. I have a number of topics. Okay, here's one. Shape-shifting under the influence of flocka. So the same person who sent me the video of Elon Musk's eyes going full reptoid sent me a video. Demonic possession, age restricted. Basically what you see are distortions on somebody's face after injecting something called flocka. You can see it on the close-up. It's what you'd expect, vertical cell phone camera footage. But it looks like more than just digital distortion because her hair is just fine. But her face appears to be all melted. All right, let's see. Marve says it's a real possibility that airliners already fly on compressed air or partially electric and rechargeable, so there's probably a big air hoax and a lot of secrecy about the designs. I find that to be more plausible than chemtrail theory. So chemtrail theory is they're dumping poisons on us, and they tell us it's just contrails, condensation, ice particles. But the other theory is that they're not really using jet fuel. You know, the kind that supposedly melted the Twin Towers? The theory is that jet fuel isn't really necessary. They use a little bit to heat the cabin or something, but it's mostly for show, and that these things are in fact running on compressed air, and the compressed air is what's responsible for these persistent trails. Brian Williams says, what if they're full of helium? Well, you would know. The stewardess and the pilot would talk kind of funny, so I don't think that's the case. Although I do think that Elon Musk's rockets are full of helium. I think the Billionaire Blimp Club has a monopoly on helium. They've been hoarding it. NASA takes it all. They really do. Ask NASA, what are you guys doing with all the helium? You wouldn't be sending up stratospheric balloons, would you, to simulate orbiting satellites? No, not NASA. They wouldn't lie. But yes, the reason given for the explosion of Elon Musk's latest exploding rocket, and of course, if you think these are accidents, I'm sorry, but it's just a show. The reason given is that sloshing helium was a factor. I'm going to play a clip here. Now, this is fascinating. Okay, for the last few nights, we've been talking about these giant trees. There's this story going around right now because somebody found pictures of a base in Antarctica that looks like it's on top of a giant tree stump sticking out of the snow. Like a giant tree stump, but it's just obviously it's just an outcrop. It's just a mountain. However, it's been talked about so much on Facebook that Reuters sent its fact checkers in. Oh, you know what? I have to add a little bit to the phones. So I'll open phones in about 2 minutes. So they had to send their fact checkers in to set everybody right on the topic of, are there giant tree stumps in Antarctica? Which is ridiculous that they would even have to attack it like this and work so hard to try to discredit something. Anyway, there is an interesting resemblance to it. And so this is one of our topics. But here's a small clip from The Atlantic. And they summed it up like this, explaining this theory about giant trees. And after I read this, I have to play something, and then I'll turn the phones on. So the theory is this. Thousands of years ago, a cataclysm destroyed 99% of the Earth's biosphere. When it happened, it killed the real forests. Real trees are nothing but a stunted version of the originals. They're basically, the theory here is that we're talking about the mountains are actually tree stumps and the trees once reached into the sky. I mean, it is not hard to look at certain mountains and make these comparisons. And in particular, people look at geological formations like Devil's Tower in Wyoming. or Giant's Causeway in Ireland and other places. So anyway, this is a topic that's been around for a couple of years. So someone sent this video to me, and it's an English dubbed cartoon called, it says, Jing tells Gon about the Dark Continent. And it kind of relates to what we've been talking about. So I'm just going to play it in its entirety. It's about 1.5 minutes. And actually, before I play it, I'm actually going to have to probably skip through half of it. Because what we're seeing here, it's a cartoon, and this individual is explaining the nature of the world. Okay, here we go.
They don't teach you in school. Adults know better than to try to open Pandora's box. Those with common sense, anyway. Guess if you want to put it another way, the world that we know is nothing but a small part of a much bigger world. A chosen few, from select times and places, left records of their travels to the other side. Get it? The thing that I want is always the same. It's always something that I don't have.
Now, it's this ridiculous anime, and I think they're sitting in front of giant chickens or ducks or penguins. I can't tell. Now, here's the strange... The thing is, on the graphics, they're showing the world as we know it, the continents that you're aware of, in the middle of a larger area. And the area outside is surrounded by, lands that have aliens. You can actually see other types of beings there. But the whole idea here, of course, is that we are purposefully quarantined, which is not unfamiliar. We've kind of suggested this before. That the human race is on quarantine. And this is an interesting concept here, too, because you're looking at a circle. And there's a number of movies you can find where it sort of depicts mankind as being encircled. For example, if you look at the Hunger Games, they constantly show you this table, which represents the world, and then you have the elite around it, and they have some kind of control over everybody in it. You have a similar thing with Westworld. Again, the suggestion here is that the world as we know it is something of a crossroads or a containment zone or a quarantine. I've seen a similar arrangement. I believe it was on Jason and the Argonauts or Clash of the Titans, where the gods are surrounding a table. And again, similar theme. Okay, open up phones again. I just refilled the phones. It's 833-311-1984. Again, 833-311-1984. We've covered a number of topics. Also, for anybody who holds out hope that Donald Trump is some kind of a rogue, I have a link to an article where he claims that he saw the second plane hit the South Tower on 9/11 and that he was watching it from his 58-story tower, which I find that to be, well, it's the claim of a crisis actor. It's also called bearing false witness. And there are a number of reasons why people have suggested that that was a fib. Just a self-aggrandizing fib. Okay, so if you heard that little noise, it means my ringer's back on, and we have minutes on the account. Okay, 833-311-1984. Also, if you're international and you want to use Skype, we can make that happen as well. There's a number of people who haven't been able to call in. Usually it's the trolls. The trolls are like, yeah, I would call, but I'm in this place and I can't. It's like, okay. All right, look at this here. This is a movie, Die Hard. If you haven't seen it, one of the things we've been covering lately is the predictive programming, but we're taking it to another level here. We're going a bit deeper with it. For years, 19 years now, people have been examining all of the bizarre instances of media foreshadowing of major transformative events like 9/11. Die Hard with a Vengeance is another one. And on the cover of Die Hard, you always have the flames, the fire, and that's because we're looking at this ritualization of the Phoenix, the Phoenix ritual, the burning down of the old system and building of the new. Miss Elise says, mountains are tree stumps is daft. Why can't there be a different kind of mountains? I know that trees and mountains have the same artist as the designer. Right. Well, the whole theory is intriguing. It kind of implies, though, that we live in a wasteland that had somehow been harvested. Tominoid says, Twin Towers appear at 33 minutes and 33 seconds in Die Hard 3. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, how's it going, man?
Oh, rather good. We're on all cylinders here. We have 3 live concurrent YouTube channels right now listening.
Did I hear you right at the beginning of the show say that they nixed more of your channels?
Well, they had been nixing. Yeah, they actually took out 3, but I replaced them, so nobody noticed.
Awesome. That's good to hear. So, that was a weird clip you just played from the cartoon show there.
Yes. So the cartoon, I don't know exactly what it's called. It says, Jin tells Gon about the Dark Continent, English dubbed Hunter X. So that's where it came from.
Dark Continent. Interesting. And it looks like an AE map, but it looks like they inverted it. So it's like South Pole, or maybe I'm just seeing the continents that aren't, I don't even know what we're looking at there. But that's a very interesting pond. And then it's water also. It looks like you can see like the swimming dragon thing. So that's really interesting. And I was actually going to call in about the schematics that NASA put out. Have you ever looked? You can just pull this up if you Google it. Moon mission diagram. And NASA chooses to use like the UN AE map to represent the Earth, which I thought was really interesting.
Okay, there's a couple. I have to find the right one because one of them that I found on the History Channel is kind of funny considering what they want to put on the moon right now. It's one of their drawings. That's the mission profile. And it just looks like, another puerile NASA insider joke. But yes, the one that you have with the AE.
Exactly. Map. Well, we'll click back on this and go to the first result. This is, the one from History Channel, but there's one that looks just like it from NASA. If you go to the top left, the very first result in this.
Okay, and
shoot.
I think
go back. There.
Yeah, I think I found it. And so you're talking about the trajectory they took to and from the moon, and the Earth.
Well, that's an aspect here. But look at the picture. Look at what they chose to represent Earth with.
Okay, the continents are very kind of weirdly distorted. I see.
Yeah, it's not one side of the ball that we would see if it was a globe. Now, they could just be saying they want to put them all on the same perspective so we can see them all, I guess is their excuse they would come up with.
Right. Well, one thing, though, is that before the flat Earth topic blew up on the internet the way it did, very few people, I think, were used to or accustomed to seeing all the continents at once splayed out in this way. And we've been, just so conditioned, I think, to just conceptualize it as a ball. And so that's kind of a unique spread. I've never actually noted that before.
Yeah. Well, you can actually get higher def if you click on the zoom button there. See that zoom button?
Yeah, I got
That'll open it up in nice. Okay, awesome. So what I wanted to call about was gravity and Newton, because NASA's over there claiming that they're like the masters of gravity. They've got the ISS in orbit, and I should say the masters of orbit. I guess gravity as well. But on their mission to the moon here, what they're saying is that they started a little orbit around the Earth, and then they slingshot off and they do a little orbit around the moon. They dropped a lunar module to the moon, this other thing's still orbiting the moon. They play some golf, dune buggy around, then they shoot back up, dock with this thing going around the moon, and then they slingshot back off to Earth. And so they're like basically claiming to have validated their theory of gravity. And I just wanted to talk about that. What call that into question, just gravity as a whole.
Yes, actually, this is one of the main reasons I think they had to do it, because the success of the moon landing is the success of all of their calculations, all of their arcane formula that made it happen. And once they've done the deed, well, now you can't really question it. Now it's orthodoxy. So it clearly did its job. And as far as gravity goes, if you look at the way that they move on the moon, they were not moving consistent with the way they would be if it were truly 1/6 gravity. I think they just slowed down the footage or something.
Exactly. Totally agree with all that. And so I've been looking into their guy, Newton, to see what he actually said about gravity and the story by which they came up with these equations by which they tell us the mass of all these objects in the solar system and say, oh, it all checks out. We can plug it into this equation. And it's total circular logic. They used Newton's universal law of gravitation to solve for the masses, and then they plug it back into the equation. But my question is, how on earth did Newton come up with this equation, which he himself, like 30 years later, he's writing to some other dude. I want to share this quote with everybody, saying that it's basically insane to think this. But how did Newton come up with this equation? Force due to gravity is equal to the gravitational constant, which he never figured out. That was Cavendish who saw for that, times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the distance between them squared. Like, he didn't have enough data points to possibly come up with that equation, and he never solved it. He never even found to the gravitational constant. Yet they're still going with this equation. And I have you heard of that? Any thoughts about the universal law of gravity?
Well, one thing about it is I think that many of these old axioms are tantamount to orthodoxy, to just it's just science by tradition. It's more establishment science that's based on, it's been credibly established that gravity exists because this guy put a couple of metal balls in his closet a few centuries ago and was able to measure gravity. And it's like, if any of these things are valid, they ought to be continually retested. And where are the modern recreations of all these things repetitively? So, to me, Newton is also an alchemist, and his whole worldview is completely different from ours now. So it's strange to me that these characters are still brought up. And funnily enough, right now, the woke crowd is getting Newton taken out of the textbooks because they say they want to.
Yeah, I heard he was too white.
Yeah, he was too white.
Yeah, it sucks to be him. And but you're right. You're right about all that. And it's just, he's also a Bible thumper is another thing I wanted to say. I've been looking at quotes from him, especially in relation to God, and I want to share a couple of these. But first, this quote I think is really interesting. In 1692, which is like 30 years after his 1666 gravity discovery, he wrote, quote, "That one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe that no man who has in philosophic matters a competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it." I just think that's really spectacular that he backtracked essentially on everything he said, yet they're still praising this guy, I guess, up until like a week ago, as a genius, pioneer of the science field and just parroting what he allegedly said. But it seems like they cherry picked it.
Right. I feel like the whole thing's definitely cherry picked here. And, we're talking about cherry picking the laws of physics. They can suspend them when they choose to. And that's the main accomplishment of the moon landing. They wrote the rules once they went behind the scenes where we can't go, where we can't fact check. And we have these characters who are more or less sacred cows. And, all these appeals to authority. That's what gets me. And a number of people have said that this Newton character is very suspect. I think he was born on Christmas in a manger, like a scientific Jesus, in other words.
Very interesting. And he's come out with some interesting quotes. He said, Atheism is so senseless. When I look at the solar system, I see the Earth at the right distance from the sun to receive the proper amounts of heat and light. This did not happen by chance. The true God is a living, intelligent, and powerful being. He also said, the most beautiful system of the sun, planets, and comets could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being. And I agree with him on this. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, that's one of my main complaints and reservations about the mainstream science explanation is that it's all just happenstance from a big bang, which they only tell us some of. They don't tell us like what banged or why. But it just it seems all too perfect, and like there has to be something else besides just randomness and gravity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe so too. I don't think that it's inappropriate to be incredulous about the level of order. Like, I think it's valid. It's valid almost as an argument. Like, no, it's not believable. But, you know, it's not believable to say it's all as they describe, just random chaos, we're falling. No, it's just way too predictable, repetitive. I would believe, I think the official model right now, if we had a great deal more stellar parallax or space clouds, something to signify that everything isn't stationary from our perspective on the ground, as far as like, are we actually falling through space? I mean, the stellar parallax thing is one of the big ones that gets me. And they'll say, well, we do have it, but you need our special instrumentation to see it because it's so minute. Well, then it's like not even there. I'm talking about different constellations now than they had 2,000 years ago. You know, why is it so consistent? Anyway, that's one area. But the thing about Newton I brought up about Christmas, that might be significant because some of these characters, I think, are here to bring us into this, or we're here to bring us into this new scientific paradigm. So the fact that he was born on December 25th is, I think, indicative of this, because that's the traditional birth date of all these sun god or these deified sun king characters. So yeah, I find it really curious, you know, that again, our modern paradigm, is it even scientific, or how much of it is really just more or less mysticism dressed up as science?
Exactly. Mythology is what it seems like. And yeah, Newton, I've been reading these quotes, and one that jumps out based on what you said is he actually said the center of the system of the world is immovable, which I don't even know what he means or how he could be basing that. But it just, yeah, it doesn't add up what they tell us, because you search like, what did Newton discover? And it basically says, oh, he discovered the universal law of gravity and the laws of motion, and he invented calculus. And it seems to me like, you know, them putting Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill for the Federal Reserve when he's, you know, most proud accomplishment was killing the central bank. So I don't know. I don't think Newton's any hero or anything, because, you know, he was knighted and all that. But I just question, you know, are they misrepresenting what this guy thought?
Well, listen to this. So this is Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he says, on this day, and this is on Christmas, he tweeted this, on this day a child was born who by age 30 would transform the world. Happy birthday, Isaac Newton, born December 25th, 1642. So you have Neil deGrasse Tyson here on Christmas talking about someone who would change the world by the time he was 30, born this day. And it's like he's in front of a Christmas tree, but he says Newton. I mean, this tells you this is a Jesus counterpart or a replacement for the scientific paradigm.
Yeah, and he's obviously trying to, you know, troll, or whatever the term would be, the religious, you know, the Christians especially. And that's interesting, because I think that Newton was a Christian. You know, I've been reading a lot of these quotes, and he says basically that there's more truth in the Bible, and it's been authenticated, and all this stuff that's really interesting. I don't know if he's right on that. I don't think so. But yeah, it's just weird for him to now be like being used as a pawn to make it, to, you know, for this guy here, Neil, to knock on the Christians and pretend like, you know, Jesus didn't matter. There's this guy, Isaac, that came along.
You know, it seems like this was intentional, and it was done in order to drive a wedge between science and religion. And that's one of these things. It's like, does it have to be mutually exclusive? And I don't necessarily, I mean, when you talk about religion as in spirituality or the pursuit of the spiritual, does it have to be at the expense of rational inquiry? I mean, that's why I like these topics where we get into analyzing the nature of the metascript. You know, is there some kind of conspiracy? Is there not? These questions are important philosophical questions to be having. But anyway, I'm looking at it as what they have been doing for a long time is they've been giving us characters in order to kind of usher in this new age. And Newton's probably just one of them.
Right. I've heard people speculate about Tesla as well. You know, some people want to make him some sort of a folk hero. And we have to question all these stories that they hand us. But yeah, I've just been thinking a lot about that gravity equation, which they say still holds tremendously accurate. The force due to gravity is equal to gravitational constant times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by distance squared. I don't see how Newton could have come up with that. I also think it's circular logic because they use that to derive all of the masses for everything in the solar system. I mean, I'd love to be proven wrong. And that's one thing I wanted to ask you. Like, is there anybody out there who does debates pro science? Like, does anyone actually take a stance and will actually like talk to people who are on the other side of the issue? Like, right. Have you met anybody?
Okay, well, I like your phrase circular logic here, because I think that's ultimately what we're looking at. I happen to think that the modern paradigm since the Copernican revolution was about trapping us in circular logic and logical fallacies. And I think that the spinning ball, is actually more or less a symbol emblematic of the hypnotism of mankind, putting us into a false system. That's kind of what I think they've been doing. And I'm looking at these various characters like Tesla, and you mentioned him, and I think that these characters are all more or less myths, you know, that like they put these characters here to like as more or less world stage characters to again guide our collective story forward. But as far as anybody actually debating these things, it's beyond debate. You know, it's like, what are you going to do? Question their photographs, question their pictures, question their paintings? It's kind of not even possible to really question it from our perspective. We have the high priesthood. And that's what I think the meaning of the space program is too. They've established a high priesthood that's beyond reproach. They've seen the world in a way we can never see it. So when they say global warming's real, how can you and I question it? We're down here.
Yeah, and you have Neil up on the screen there, Tyson, and he's said, I think you can confirm this, he said numerous times he doesn't debate flat earthers or people who question science, right? So I think it's a psychological tactic. They know by even engaging in these conversations and not just taking this holier than thou, the new science priest class approach, that it gives some legitimacy and people might actually start thinking about it. You know, the same thing they're talking about people with these new shots. They're like, don't compare the brands. Don't compare the brands. Just get the first one. And the New York Times saying, don't go down the rabbit hole. Don't think critically. And it's just, they don't even want people to consider the other sides of the argument, so they'll never have the debates. But it's such a shame. I'd love to talk to people and just ask questions and just engage in, the Socratic method with people. But surprisingly, for, this new universal one world religion, I can't find anybody who will ever actually converse and take that, side of the argument.
Right. Well, they're looking at it through a filter, though. And that's the main difference, I think, is, for example, their filter is what they've been told. So they're looking at it as though they have NASA's telescopes, or they're going through those experts. And, when you reject the experts, you're looked at as, dangerous or anti-science or something. And it's like, I'm not anti-science because I don't deify these various discoverers of different scientific principles. I don't look at them as gods, more or less, and they said it was so we can just work off that. Science is supposed to be always up for revision. And one of the things Neil deGrasse Tyson has done in particular is he said, he won't debate with people who are that wrong. And two, he said that 97% of the scientists agree global warming's real, so there's no need to debate it. And I'm like, since when does the scientific method say you eliminate the fringe? Don't even consider those facts.
Right. I think that that would make great content for him. If, like, I'm trying to put myself in his shoe, I would think that he would love to do those types of conversations and then post it on YouTube and all of his fanboys, celebrate and cheer. I'm just amazed at how few people, given how many people subscribe to this, at least in part, are passionate enough that they'll say, yeah, I'll talk to this idiot. That's what they would look at me as, or anybody who thinks like me. And, there's just no interest from their side in having conversations. It's like, I don't know if they're engaging in doublethink like in 1984, where they just can get the answers right and they espouse them, but they don't really think it and really hold that true. I don't know. I really am amazed at how little passion there is on their side to contest or to debate.
Right. And, the best they could do is, they try to associate flat Earth with hate because it's not an inherently dangerous idea. It's not like you're going to go drive off the edge. So suggesting that it's flat isn't bad in itself, but they said, well, no, if you go with the flat Earth thing, then you'll get behind Eric Dubai and he's a Nazi. So they attached it to hate. That didn't really stick because they saw it wasn't really the case. So their new tactic is to attach it to anti-science, which, again, it's not anti-science to be in the fringe with 3% agreement behind you. These are facts that can be eliminated if these are alleged facts, and if they're disputed, they can be disputed. But why aren't they up for the challenge? Great question.
Exactly. And you think that they would? And the other thing they're trying to do is link it to not even domestic, but just terrorism in general. I've seen a number of articles kind of hinting at the fact that that's the direction they're going to go. They're going to say, well, conspiracy-minded people or conspiracy theory-minded people are more likely to become terrorists. So we have to shut it down. And like you said, also the anti-science route and loss of trust in institutions, they're going to try to label that as dangerous. Like, you guys don't get to have some like innate right to have people trust institutions. What are you even talking about? And I guarantee you they're going to be taking away our free speech in that regard with some loopholes, like the no shouting fire in a crowded theater argument. They're going to weasel their way into making that, oh, you're basically shouting fire by making the children question what they're teaching, this Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, for instance.
Yeah, they've made those correlations, and I've seen them make these reaches. Bill Nye, another science guy, and again, this is not science, it's ideology. Bill Nye said the reason why we had that San Bernardino terror attack a few years ago is that they were Muslims and they shot up a Christmas party. And they said the reason that they did this is because of global warming destroyed the farmlands where they were from. So they moved to the cities, but there were no jobs because America had taken all the oil and destabilized their economy and left them no choice but to become terrorists to fight the power. So he kind of blamed you and I for our fossil fuel consumption for this terrorist attack over there. I mean, that's how they use, quote, science these days. They use it to score all kinds of political points, and it's always super partisan. And these are the representatives of, quote, science. And again, QAnon, another example of another thing they've attached to people asking questions. And I'm still surprised that they haven't taken the Q off the keyboards on computers.
That's a great point. And you brought up a lot of great points today and on other days. On QAnon, for instance, the idea of it sounding like Quran, I thought was really interesting. Okay, but I'll let you go because I know you have a lot of show to go through and people might want to call in. But yeah, it's super interesting that they don't have any, like the best people they have, in their own assessment, apparently is Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. And it's like, these guys don't seem that smart to me. Like they really don't. You have Tyson who says the earth is shaped like a pear, even though all of the NASA photos show like a perfect circle practically. And I just wonder, are there actually really smart people in that camp or are they all just memorizers? So I'll leave it there. Thanks for taking my call, man.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it as always. Everyone, that is Tim Truth. And one thing I can say is this. We have on April the 20th, a Zoom conference. It's Flat Earth 420. It's International Flat Earth Conference 2021. flatearth420.com if you want to reserve a ticket for the Zoom conference. And I am going to work to invite people to debate, to discuss these things. I already have a couple. I don't know if I can I'll try to find an astrophysicist who's willing to have a conversation about exoplanets, celestial autobahns, space manifolds, arches of chaos. I think we can talk about all this stuff. We'll debate it. Okay, so let's see. I'm going through your comments. 6119 says they look for dark matter in a non-existent place. I found an interesting article about dark matter recently on a Catholic website. Dark energy, dark matter, and the light of the world. And this is from the National Catholic Register. It says, what is the difference between a materialist who believes in dark matter and a theist who believes spirit exists? I'll put a link to this article below. Again, National Catholic Register, dark energy, dark matter, and the light of the world. And they make a really good case here that the theist that assumes the existence of this universal spiritual energy is in the exact same position philosophically as the atheist who believes, not knows, believes in dark matter. That dark matter is another example of what, like I was talking with Tim about, another example of how the modern scientific paradigm is just taking old concepts and redefining them in a way that can be explained by their priesthood. If you want to get live stream notifications, there's a link in the chat. I want to thank the Restream bot for spamming. I tried to turn that off. I really did. I'm starting to believe in AI. It randomly bans anybody in chat. It's another reason why I've been handing out moderator status. Okay, so let's continue through the list of things we were going to discuss here. So we brought up the giant tree in Antarctica that's confounding Reuters right now. Okay, let's get back to this one. Okay, so Die Hard with a Vengeance. Completely laden with 9/11 predictive programming. And something else that's been coming up quite a lot as well is people have been sending me videos where you're finding connections between 9/11 and 3/11. And if you didn't know, Pandemic Day is 3/11. So happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, coronavirus. 3/11 was the actual date. Today would be the anniversary of the date they declared it a national emergency. So last year, Friday the 13th in March was actually the day they declared a national emergency. And it's very significant in itself. Friday the 13th has some relevance to the Knights Templar who went underground, were disbanded in 1312. And that number was all over the media last year. BLM spray paints 1312 on everything. Why? Because 1312 is a code for ACAB, or all cops are bastards. That's what they put on everything. And I noticed that mainstream outlets like CNN would make sure to include that whenever they would report on the peaceful protesters. It's like they know what it means. So why are they helping to spread the graffiti by putting it on the news? It's because it's inflammatory. And also I think it's because it tells you who's really in charge. And if you didn't know, hands up, don't shoot, that's the Master Mason hand sign. The whole thing with these protest movements against the police and against the Antifa, they're controlled on both sides by the same puppeteers. It's not hard to see. So let's go ahead and go through this. Die Hard with a Vengeance, 9/11, 2001, Zeus in the Twins. And this video is by Finis Temporis. Okay, so what he's doing is going through Die Hard and showing all the different ways that it foreshadowed or predicted the attacks of September the 11th. This has been a running theme on this live stream for the past few weeks, but as I said earlier, we're going deeper than just pointing out, hey, look, this actually foreshadows 9/11. We're going a bit deeper than that because we're seeing how all of these events are connected. They have a single script that binds them all. And what's more, I think we should be able to read the ending, or at least get an idea of where things are going. Like I've said many times, if you were to watch Netflix knowing that it's essentially predictive programming, you could know what's going to happen next year. If you had watched Netflix in 2019, you would have been ready for 2020. Commenter says the dark matter theorist got a Nobel Prize in 2019. And, didn't Governor Cuomo get an Emmy? Like anything that gets awarded, anything that gets a prize in this world is suspect. All right, I'm going to continue to scroll through this. Again, it's just pointing out certain things, like a character named Zeus is an electrician. I'm not going to play through the whole video. I'm just kind of glossing through it, but I am noting here, again, we're looking at Die Hard with a Vengeance, and there are constant references worth looking at here. And I think the jet fuel itself is a major one, because a major component of 9/11/2001 was jet fuel and our belief in its efficacy in melting buildings. That's a major part of the story. One of the movies that I talked about before on Netflix, in fact, was called Colony. And Colony had an episode in season 3, episode 11. So 311. And in this episode, Seattle is quarantined. And the episode has a statement where someone says that Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. And this group of insurrectionists is called Operation Phoenix, were kind of infiltrating the city. Anyway, this is a Netflix TV show that takes place in the future after climate change has put us all underneath domes. And there's this alien invasion, but you never see them. They just take over the governments and pretty much start shipping people off to do labor on the moon. Meanwhile, the rebels go to Seattle. So the thing is, we're looking at this and they're saying, okay, Operation Phoenix. Again, Phoenix is the same thing as a reset. Rebooting civilization, Seattle. Season 3, episode 11. So just to bring you back, last year on 3/11, pandemic was declared on account of ground zero in Seattle. And what's more, the patient shows up on January 19th. That's when he first felt the symptoms, but they declared it a pandemic on 3/11. So you have 119 and 3/11. Again, I mentioned how these numbers in symbolism are often reversed. Both of these numbers can be reversed and point to very specific dates, 11/3 and 9/11. And something about 11/3, and I can show you so many examples of this. But, well, I guess the earliest example would be, if you want to look back at these strange books by Ingersoll Lockwood about Barron, the time traveler, and Trump, that whole little bit of, it's a whole rabbit hole there. But in that area of research, you find early examples of November the 3rd being pointed at as a very significant turning point. In fact, in this book that I'm referencing by Ingersoll Lockwood about the time-traveling Baron Trump, it actually starts off on a Tuesday, November the 3rd, in the midst of a contested election. Now, I also think, too, that the world ended in 2020. Not in the literal sense, but that there was, in fact, a script, and there is an ongoing script, and that there are certain dates that are marked off as major transition points. And I kind of think, just based on the patterns and what we're able to ascertain, and I can show you these, and we go through them all the time, based on the patterns that we can point out, I happen to think that many of these events are backdated from 2020. It's really the only way you could really organize something like that. You can't have predestination if you don't start with the ending. And it looks to me like it started with the ending. In fact, I have a Zoom conference we did last year. It was called Coincidence Theory 113, where I go through a century of these strange coincidences and patterns, and it does reveal a picture. And it's so consistent. In fact, one of the things that popped up, because we have a mind map, and we're just cataloging all the different symbols and how they're used and how consistent it actually is. And we noted that the number 57 was consistently being correlated with the idea of a coup, or the killing of a king, the taking out of a crown, etc. For example, last summer in August was the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. And it was during this week that they were celebrating the birth week of Kobe Bryant. And it was also during this week that Chadwick Boseman died. And these are all very relevant characters for the summer of 2020 and the big drama, the meta drama here. So we're looking at this, a century more or less of the same symbols pointing at the same exact, more or less, end date. And I think we can point, and this is what I did with Coincidence Theory 113, I think we can point at the starting date as being about 1906, specifically November the 3rd. That's the significance of that date. And I think that the ending date for this plan, and it's just moving into the next phase, was November the 3rd, 2020. So it was a 113-year period. Now, one thing that's very significant about this is that November the 3rd, 1906 was when SOS became an international maritime distress signal. SOS. 113 years from November the 3rd, 2020. My point in bringing this up is, in our analysis of the 9/11 PSYOP, or psychodrama theatrical production, you'll find that the towers came down precisely, 33 years from the time of their construction. The 33 being, of course, very significant to the phoenix. Again, these symbols are grouped together. So when you correlate the phoenix, 33, the burning man, Christ, all these things together, the crown, the corona, once you put the symbols together, it all makes perfect sense. So the significance here is that in 1968, or 33 years before 9/11, that's when 9/11 became a national distress signal. 911 emergency. 33 years later, 911 happens. Again, 1906, they establish SOS, an international emergency. 113 years later, we have an international lockdown. In other words, a 9/11 happened it was basically a lockdown on a smaller scale, a major PSYOP centered here, and the other one went global. And these events are interconnected in so many ways, as we have discerned, and just by going through their headlines, their reporting, their history, not extrapolating, not adding, not subtracting, not cherry picking. So let's continue here. Again, we're looking at Die Hard with a Vengeance. When we analyze these films, these aren't really disconnected. This is all part of the same meta drama. These aren't coincidences, in other words. Here's another example. We're just going through some of the images on this Die Hard movie. There are too many to name. So many examples. But one of the recent things that has really been the center of our focus is that coronavirus, the lockdown, the year or entertainment is probably on some level puppeteered or corralled, or there's some kind of oversight. Okay, I brought up earlier the fact that there's an asteroid that's going to kill us in 2029. This is an article from last week. Demon asteroid the size of the Eiffel Tower to zoom past Earth on Friday. So basically, if you didn't notice, we almost died yesterday because the asteroid that's going to kill us on April the 13th, 2029, and it's called Apophis, the god of chaos, it passed by. So it basically is the size of the Eiffel Tower, but if it hits us, it's what they would call a planet killer. All right, I'm going to open up phones, 833-311-1984. If anybody has any comments on any of the things we're discussing. We've also been talking a lot about the role of Stanley Kubrick. The reason why we talk about movies so much is the same reason that most people talk about politics. It's because these things are not different. The movies are how they shape the zeitgeist in advance, in preparation for what the news is going to reveal or televise. Because people are mistaken if they think that the news is just reporting stuff. No, they're not actually reporting to inform you. They are producing things in order to conform you. These are just movie productions. Yeah, there's some reporting, sure. Most of it's storytelling. But I think the truth of it, just how deceived the masses are, I think it's impossible to convey without drawing attention to this phenomenon of visual illiteracy. You know, everybody can read, or not everybody, but people can more or less read the words in front of them, but it doesn't matter if you can read and you understand what's being told to you if what you see is incomprehensible to you, if you can't tell the difference between a bad deep fake and the real thing. And most people can't. They have been rendered visually impaired by design. And I wouldn't be surprised, if the present crop of youth growing up now with the social distancing and the screens and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not, the first ones to volunteer to go to Mars because they're sick of the rest of us. Because to them it looks appealing. It's just a video game. More lived experience is being lived, I think, vicariously in these simulated environments than out there in the world. And I think that's all by design as well. X-Ray J76 says Bitcoin just pumped above 59,000. It's probably because people got their crisis actor pay. They got their check for playing along. It's like, now that you've got your check, you don't have to wear the costume. The costume and the role, you have to play like you're sick. It's Munchausen syndrome. You have to act like everybody's dying. And then the costume, of course, is PPE. And you get your lines from watching the news. And the director, yeah, that's Dr. Fauci. But anyway, you got your crisis actor pay. You were worth, $4,000 for a year of work. "6119 says, if time is a twisted tape loop, like an 8, you could meet yourself going backwards in the middle." This topic of time travel is very interesting to me. I kind of think, though, that time travel might just be something of a nice way, a metaphor, like for, time travelers, for example. It could just be a metaphor for something else. Maybe it's the elite themselves. They're like time travelers. The elite, or the ones who control the media, because they can create people out of thin air and put them on the world stage, and now they exist. It's like they've jumped a timeline. And I don't believe in the Mandela effect, but I do think that the Mandela affected have a point. They do have a point. I think that there is such a monopoly on human perception thanks to global media, consolidated, monolithic media. There's such a stranglehold over perception that I kind of think the Mandela effect is within the realm of possibility. I mean, they pretty much do it, which is that they alter reality by deleting things. And the people who are saying, oh no, it used to be this way, this video used to exist, they get banned. They kind of are creating a Mandela effect in the sense that they're curating reality by putting us into the timeline they want us in. And that's what I mean by time travel. It's time control. They control the TV, they control time. They write the history, they write your future. They write the present, and they rewrite the present. I think they're getting rid of so many terms. Like, it's going to be so difficult to describe, I don't know, like a family once they've banned all the terms that you would need to make a distinction between an uncle and an aunt and a cousin and a mom and a dad. I was revisiting one of the latest Elon Musk launches just because I like reading people's comments. And I'm watching, this is called the SN10 SpaceX. And so it's a CGI video clip. You really can't convince me it's a camera filming this thing, as it's right below the rocket. I mean, this thing's the size of what, a 40-story building or whatever. It's this massive rocket, and it has these engines on the bottom because it's landing. So it has all this force, all this heat, all this thrust or whatever. It's like, how is the drone camera right below it not just getting fried? How close is it? The camera's not even perturbed slightly by the passing of this thing. I mean, you ever pulled over on the side of the freeway and a big semi passes by and it shakes your whole car in its wake? Well, we have very fast drone cameras that follow along and track with these SpaceX rockets for 10,000 kilometers. They just follow them into space. It's a drone camera. Nobody questions it. Okay, so obviously this is fake, but I want to read a comment that was left here by A. Doug. He says, I could swear they changed it to CGI at this moment. Amazing. And he means it. He noticed too that, yes, it looks like CGI at this moment. And I'm pointing this out because I want to just illustrate what I mean when I say visually illiterate. So he has just witnessed CGI. And he says it's amazing because it looks like CGI. Like Elon Musk said about the Tesla Roadster. Oh, of course it must be real because it looks so fake. Maddie P says, I swore I thought it was CGI. Sandy says, yup, I got the uncanny feeling from these views. It looks so unreal. I felt the same way when Starman was sent up. I thought the same thing. LOL. So a lot of people are saying, oh wait, that's not CGI? WTF. And these are not flat earthers. These are not moon landing deniers. These are SpaceX fans. And yes, this was passed off as real. Commenter says, to maintain a trance, they have to maintain fear and extended stress. This biologically stupefies the brain function. I agree. It's one of the reasons why I've been a little dismissive of vaxophobia. In fact, I coined the term vaxophobia, and I'm not even an anti-vaxxer. I'm a pro-anti-vaxxer. And I'm a pro-vaxxer. I'm a pro-whatever. Stick and let stick. You know, people can make their own medical decisions, but I think you're right. You have the fear. It's like some people fear the virus, some people fear the vaccine, some people fear 5G towers, some people fear asteroids, some people fear climate change. If you fear the things you're supposed to fear, yeah, you'll be stupefied 24/7, and I think you nailed it. That's exactly the point. I found something here. I have to play it. It's just this really sad little clip here. It's Governor Cuomo's little brother, and he's talking to Leanna Wen, medical doctor, and she's really just distraught because people don't have a major incentive to get vaxxed if it's not used as a carrot, you know, dangled in front of them. Like, you can be free if you're vaxxed. Take a listen.
Pre-pandemic life. And the window to do that is really narrowing. I mean, you were mentioning, Chris, about how all these states are reopening. They're reopening at 100%. And we have a very narrow window to tie reopening policy to vaccination status. Because otherwise, if everything is reopened, then what's the carrot going to be? How are we going to incentivize people to actually get the vaccine? So that's why I think the CDC and the Biden administration needs to...
Yep, exactly. It's not a carrot. It's happening too soon. I mean, come on. It's pretty blatant there. But I don't have any sort of anxieties about it. I think that the issue is bipartisan, which means it's a false issue or more or less agitated, and I don't spend a lot of time on it. Certainly, I'm not afraid of it. Running through my Twitter feed, if you're following me there, you know this is where I aggregate a lot of really good information. There's very little you can get from mainstream sources or platforms, but you actually can get quite a lot from Twitter before it's taken down. Molly says, wow, she admits there's no reason to get. Yeah, well, she understands that people need to be incentivized, but what I take out of that is that, oh, they're not going to force it on you. It's all about having your consent and agreement. That's one of many reasons why I say there's really no purpose to being totally afraid of it, or anything for that matter. I'm finding all these ridiculous videos. Here's a woman crying, wearing a mask. It's her first hug in a year. Well, I hope the $4,000 was worth it. And I don't know what to make of these. So many stories of people who are taking the vax and then they turn up dead. And it's like, wait, is it the vax that killed him or COVID? Like last year, every death was COVID. Gunshot to the head, COVID. Fall off a ladder, COVID. Plane crash, COVID. Now it's vax. The vax killed him. Dancing nurses hasn't stopped. The dancing nurse phenomenon, which of course completely contradicts the idea that there's some kind of a war going on. And the bodies are piled up so high that they've resorted to using refrigerator trucks, trailers outside to stack the bodies. The hospitals were so full that bodies were literally falling out the windows. Nope, none of that was true. Okay, I really do hope that we can get some people to debate this next conference in April. Somebody who believes in wormholes and black holes and arches of chaos, celestial autobahns, space manifolds, exoplanets. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk about the flatness of the galaxy. Let's talk about the emptiness above us. Why is everything out that way? Why is the solar system so darn flat? There's so many interesting things to talk about. What's at the edge of the universe? It's so easy to laugh at the flat earth question. Well, what's at the edge? Well, you tell me what's at the edge of the universe. If you're looking at the screen, this is an example of NASA fakery. And I'm not doing this to be disrespectful of science or anti-science, okay? Because a real scientist would say, well, this is scientific fraud. If you're saying the ISS is a scientific outpost and there are people on there engaging in, well, deception, you would call it scientific fraud. They're fabricating evidence. So what I'm going to show you here, and you'll hear it, is a Dutch astronaut. He sees a screw that needs tightening and he accidentally drops it and it falls to the floor with a loud clang. The problem with that, well, there's no gravity up there.
And
he drops it. You hear it hit the ground. He dropped a screw in 0G. Does anybody have an explanation for that? If so, let's debate it. He drops a screw in 0G and it hits the floor. I actually had some globe captive, someone with Stockholm syndrome, and he said, oh, well, that was a microgravity. They hit a patch of dark matter and it pulled the screw down. Okay, yeah, I get it. That's what you call an ad hoc fallacy. But listen again. Listen to the screw hitting the floor in the space station.
And
what do they do when this happens? They fire the guys? They just throw them out? They not let them back in? I mean, it's all improv. A lot of this acting is kind of improvisational. Yeah, let's debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson. How would you explain? I mean, he would come up with something. They would have to. I've actually heard the phrase microgravity to explain that. 33 Ren says, I want to know how he spotted a screw that needed tightening from 5 feet away. Well, they do these walkthroughs, and I notice when they do the walkthroughs in the space station, it sounds like you're hearing a jet engine in the background. If you want the link to this particular video, I'll put it in the chat. It's a Dutch astronaut. Again, I'm not doing this to be anti-scientific. I'm accusing NASA of scientific fraud. I mean, they're actors, sure. It's a big joke. It's propaganda. This is Mystery Science Theater 2021. And we are a captive audience forced to watch bad science fiction because of some hostile alien who has us here. But, you know, even though it's a big joke and we throw a popcorn and all that, we have to recognize that we are looking at not only scientific fraud, but all of the governments of the world have their representatives in the space station. So this is actually an international fraud. But nobody's mad about it. Nobody, I mean, really. They'll say you're crazy for noticing or for not believing whatever they come up with to explain it away. I have so many questions. Like Botox in space. And if you missed it, I have a clip of Joe Biden's head disappearing on NBC. Not his whole head, just the top eighth of his head disappeared. Very consistent with CGI. I mean, he looks like a hologram. Molly Rowland says, how did it come loose in 0G? I have so many questions about the space station. It's a very questionable thing. It's a nice idea. But one thing I saw the other night was, okay, so you have this thing, it's perfectly still. It never moves. It never rocks, never tilts. If you look at the footage, and you have 20 years of continuous footage, it's perfectly still. Even more still than an airplane. No rock, no tilt. Yet, last month, when they showed us the moon setting, the camera was all kinds of shaky. Doesn't make sense. You almost got the impression somebody was carrying the camera walking past a movie screen, more than they were actually recording a moon set. Now, with regards to the question of getting people on board to actually debate the existence of these things, one of the reasons why we don't get a lot of that, in my opinion, is that they're not really emotionally attached to it. You know, it's pretty much a fact that flat earthers know way more about the solar system than the people who believe that they're in a solar system. And it's always been that way. Someone sent me a picture for our consideration. Personally, I don't see it, but apparently the White House press secretary, her name is Psaki, I believe, she does look quite a lot like Mark Zuckerberg. If anybody else sees it, you're welcome to comment on it. 6119 says, it's a miracle I'm alive without vaxes. Okay, look, I'm very vaxxed. I've had anthrax vaxes. But I find this to be an interesting thing as well. I'm always noticing the boxes that people fall into, and that's when I think we're basically taking the bait. So the people who are vaxxed think that they're pure. They're saved. Because, of course, the unvaxxed are unsaved. One group is clean, one group is dirty. But now the anti-vaxxers, they see their blood as pure, untainted by the vax. And they see the vaccine as a taint that will corrupt their blood. So one group is pure and the other group is dirty and vice versa. So like, well, which is it? which group is saved, which group is not saved. Are you a Protestant? Are you a Catholic? Do you take the wafer, or do you call it Babylonian fertility rite and the devil's ritual? Which side do you take? And that's why I don't think there's anything in it. Maybe holy water. I mean, essentially, it's tantamount to a communion wafer. Found a really great article here on the topic of ships sinking. I had somebody on YouTube tell me that he lives near the ocean and he can see boats going over the curve of the earth 5 miles away. And I just want to point out, it's called refraction. Boats don't go over the hump. That's already been debunked. And as far as science goes, okay, so you're going to say that flat earthers are unscientific, right? That's the mainstream view. Well, the ones who are being called unscientific actually disproved something that led to an erroneous conclusion. So they're actually cleaning up the place of some wrong assumptions, wrong explanations. It's actually very sciencey. Tim Truth says, is that a real photo of her or was it photoshopped? It could be a deep fake. I read a study somewhere that said that people over 60 are 90% more likely to share a deep fake without vetting it. I tend not to vet a lot of the things that I share, specifically because they tell us to. I want to say thanks to all the callers here and the people who've been contributing and posting over there at the forum. So if you didn't know, infiniteplane.media has a forum. Anything you want discussed, any links you want to share, anything you want us to go over, just go over and start a topic at infiniteplane.media/community. We have a number of topics we've been developing, a whole lot of material on predictive programming, meta-scripting with Donnie Darko predicting Donald Trump, QAnon, COVID lockdowns. We also have a thread that we started on the Stanley Kubrick's role in the meta-scripting of the 20th century and beyond and where it goes from here. So if you want to participate in any of those topics, it's free. And of course, I am constantly perusing. So should you post anything, I'll probably notice it and I will comment on it. Also, I picked up a lot of things in my news aggregator today. It seems like there's about 10 or 15 articles a week going out, major press releases. And the consistent theme is conspiracy theories are on the rise. How to deal with them. How to avoid people who promulgate them. There's a major media campaign against, quote, conspiracy theories. So don't stop conspiring. I mean, what is a conspiracy theory anyway? It's a whole lot of people trying to get the truth, right? It's self-organizing. They don't want spontaneous, organic people's media to replace centralized corporate media. It's that simple. And if they find that people are accustomed to getting news from each other because it's more, believable, that they actually do fact-checking, because, the original fact-checkers have always been the conspiracy theorists. When people find that out, it detracts from the media's stranglehold over mass perception. You're all more or less apostates. From the NWO Church, or the world synchronizing electronic Bible they call the television. Tomanoid says Kubrick's wife and brother-in-law producer, quote, Stanley Kubrick had considered making a film about their uncle Harlan, the German filmmaker who made the anti-Semitic Jude Sub 1940. Okay, I had not heard about that. So Stanley Kubrick had an anti-Semitic uncle who made a film called, now I haven't seen it. Interesting little tidbit there. I'm mostly interested now in Kubrick's role in what comes after 2020. Clearly, Space Odyssey 2001, back in '68, was actually foreshadowing September the 11th, 2001, but it also foreshadowed 2020. And this is where I think the story picks up. And even though I don't think he's alive or presently a player on the world stage, I think that the script that Kubrick was a part of, and I think it extends into what might be the next major 9/11, which I happen to think has to do with the sky falling, quite literally, space wars, or something of the like. Anyway, I appreciate all the comments and the callers. Definitely subscribe. It should be a very interesting weekend. It's a new moon, 3/13, very psyopy date. Things tend to happen on 3/13 and 3/31. We have a list of things, so just calling it in advance. This is COVID 1984 by Chief Crow in the Flat Earth Worms. Have a great night.
Or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984. 33 puzzle, face mask muzzle. Going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984, COVID 1984.
3/11/2020 was our new 9/11, and it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
I've lost my mind dealing with drama. That comment, the shit with weight is just a matter of time. Cause I find myself in front of these pages. Can't you see what the rage is? Lost time and lost wages. In quarantine, they stick them all around the whole world. Playing victim. You don't realize that they don't face the fact that they're hitting them. Cause I'm running them on through to this phase of shit that they're sitting in. Sick of listening to their words. They're crumbling, tumbling, falling out of their mouths. We're taking it down south to the border. This could be so tight with color that Supreme Order here. The fear. They pushing no justice gets served. They got some motherfucking nerve. You're gonna like the way we run shit. We run it tight. You fucking heard me right. And it be like they're closing so many doors. The IPS crew is here to settle scores.
3/11/2020 was our new 9/11, and it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
better fucking hold your breath. Your neighbor cop, call the cops. Means of control deployed like lollipops. Research the reports and the hoax flops. All over the news as anxiety drops. Spreading fear and stress to paralyze out of chaos to develop the enterprise. Preparing communist now, a new paradise. They have to destroy to let the phoenix rise. Spreading fear and stress to paralyze the phoenix rise. 911 and your rights were down. 311 and your business gone. COVID-19, who could have seen? Level many stages, where have you been?
3/11 was another 9/11. COVID-19 is the new global terror threat. WHO declares the outbreak of the new coronavirus a pandemic, March 11th, 2020, 33 minutes after 12 o'clock. 33 minutes after noon, on 3/11, it was officially declared this is a pandemic. 3/11/2020 was our new 9/11, and it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But
faceless cock, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWF. Now you're out of breath. Hey, what's happening, people? Celebrate good time. We're gonna have a celebration tonight. Chief Crow has hit 1K. Who do we got hanging out, chilling? What's up, Osher? Space Religion. Tom Buddhas, TLC IV. Flaming Penguins, all up in it. On fire, Penguinati, happy face. Oh yeah. We're gonna get this party started here. I got a few songs for you tonight. Thanks for hanging out, AJ206. Earth spinning around with the buildings upside down. Yeah. So, much love to y'all. Hopefully we got this sound. Y'all hear this? Is there sound? Let's get ready to rumble. Dropping in here. Hey, we got No Despair Bear. Hey, what's happening? Leon Dion. All right, everyone's chilling in the Chief Crow live stream. 3 used to be cool. Now it's all about the 2.
is in your mind. The edge 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 is in your
Hey, thank you. All right. That song was called The Edges in Your Mind. And got a little foot drum here. Banging on some drums with my feet. I'm just a one-man band, yo. Yeah. And sharing this too. Hey, thanks, No Despair Bear. Shout out to No Despair Bear for sharing. All right. Eel 03733, The Missing, Osher Space Religion, yeah, Leon Dion, One Man Band, wow! Matthew Northey, shout out y'all, all you beautiful people out there. Hey you, thanks for tuning in y'all. We got 21 people tuned in right now to Chief Crow. Hey, check this out. So my guitar sounds like a guitar, right? But I got this thing on here, switch it. Now watch, listen. How about that, huh? You guys hear that bass octave? I got a low octave coming out of that. Drop it even more. Thanks again for tuning in. Trying to do a different set of songs for y'all. Something different. You know, I usually put in that Space is Fake and Where's the Curve and Auto Hoax and all that stuff. But tonight we're doing some other songs. Because it's a special celebration. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Yeah, so get your corn dogs out. Grab your lattes and your corn dogs and your beef cakes. Get your hot dogs all ready, because we're going to have a pizza party, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, volcanoes are fake. All right. So, that one guy, He's trying to do a GoFundMe to go to space. And Jake the Butthole, he's supposed to go fly to space or go underground or go to Mars and eat a bunch of drugs, whatever. But, you know, I think we should all just go to Antarctica. Storm Antarctica, people. The penguin will be man's new best friend. This is a search for the edge, a new age of discovery. We will head south in search of new land. I have the need for freedom, to explore far lands and sail the seas. Go beyond the edge of your mind. We have the very best sleeping bags. I am a man from Earth.
Antarctica expedition.
We will head south. Will we hit a dome? Probably not. Probably find more land. So come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. Slide, slide, slippity slide.
Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition.
pioneer hearts. A renaissance of exploration. The new age of discovery. A romantic frontier.
Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition.
The penguin movie band's new best friend.
Antarctica expedition.
We have endless granola bars.
Antarctica expedition.
Hey, hey. Another shout to everyone in the live stream. Thanks for hanging out the toast. Lickety split. What's up, brother? Hey, hey, hey. Lickety, lickety, lickety split. All dumb shit. Press Infinite. Oh, yeah. Synchro. The Missing. Shaka Khan. Lickety split. Yeah. X322. What's up, Tim? Hey, hey, thanks for mirroring this stuff. Mirror. Is it mirror? Or is it mirror on the wall? Is it who's the greatest? Oh man, I must be infected with the Mandela virus. Oh no. Did Tone Loc die? Is Tone Loc dead? I think Tone Loc from Blank Check might have died, but he really didn't. Hey, what's up, Karen B? Thanks for stopping in. Oh yeah, shout out to Karen B for putting all the celebrations together and making it happen. I'll be playing a live set in South Carolina at the Solar Return Celebration. South Carolina, March 27th. So everybody come on out. It's gonna be a celebration. Oh yeah, Penguinati all up in it. Yeah, so everyone's here. All good, beautiful people. Gonna get down with it, you know. I think we got a couple more tunes. Done. Exit the dome, new lands to roam. That was the line. I mumbled that one. All right. Okay. It's a pretty cool little bass octave, right?
don't splash. You better be ready. Better be ready.
Play some more tight riffs for you, man. This one riff, now my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this.
That's called My Brother Played a Riff. All right. Here you go.
Is the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Is the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Is the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. WWF. Now you're out of breath. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believing everything on the TV. Well, 33 with a double E, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. Is the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S.
Little turd in the corner. Hey, that was Mask of the Beast, brought to you by Fred Meyer.
Oh yeah, hey, James in Germany.
LOL.
Charlotte and Paul Flatastic, Synchro. Tim Osmond, shout out to Tim Osmond. That was a good chat we had on the phone earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Brian Stapley, what's happening? I'm gay. It's a happy time. It's a happy gay time. It's a happy cucumber cheeseburger. Happy. It's a happy time. What's up, Brian Stapley and Osher and Infinite Check and Lickety Split and dumb shit there with the mushroom head and the Leon with the missing and a Lilith and the Beast Man Lee. Channel Love Craft Reefs. Oh yeah, everybody here. Everybody here with the diaper face on. Everybody breathing, everybody here, everybody's chilling in the live stream. Yo, we're having a party in the live stream. The Matrix party. It's a Matrix party. Chilling on the phone, chilling on the keyboard, all alone. With the cucumber and the cheeseburger. You got a diaper on the face and a guitar flame. Everybody chilling on the computer. Matrix party. Everybody get down. No, seriously, did Tone Loc die, or did he not? Because I'm telling you, man, Tone Loc from Blank Check.
He's like, get that kid. Yo, get that kid over there. He took my boss's check. Get that kid. He's like, Ace, the boss is gonna kill me, Ace.
And he's in Ace Ventura 1.
They were doing the wild thing. Funky Cold Medina.
Tone Loc in it. Ain't no joking it. Wheels in the spoken it. Spoken word. Turds flying out my mouth. Spitting and shitting. I got the sharks. Gonna put it on the charts. Number 1, number 2. Hey, AC Slayer. Shannon Jones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tone Loc from Ace Ventura, Lickety. Right? He's sitting at the office chair there, and Ace is trying to, he's like, do you have any banaka? Talking with his butt cheeks. What's up, the toast? Yeah, Stephen Schmidt. 33, 33 is cool, but I'll tell you what, it's all about 2. Meditate on the 2. Having a gay old time here. Cucumbers, cheeseburgers, everybody. Oh yeah, we got the Flamin' Penguins. Having a gay old time with the Flamin' Penguinati and the cucumber cheeseburger. Check it out. Check it out now. I'm gonna tune back up. There we go. So this is the 1-year anniversary of the last flight that Mad Mike ever took. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike. All rocket men go to heaven. And Mike, man, he's a pretty far out guy. I was honored to play his party in Las Vegas. And I made a song for him. Got to play it at the party, hang out with all the Penguinati folk. Met Chris Pontius, got to see his beautiful art. Got to meet Nathan Thompson. And yeah, hopefully I'll see all y'all March 27th at the return celebration. The return, the moon and the sun and the spinning in the sky. South Carolina, they're probably gonna have to give me an anal swab before I get on the plane. So, I'm taking one for the team, okay? Same team, right? Right. We all. You guys better get anal swabs too. Just anal swab yourself. You know. I'm gonna fly to South Carolina to play tunes for all y'all. So all y'all need to get anal swabs too. If I'm gonna get an anal swab, we can get a double anal swab. I mean, they have Q-tips on both sides, right? So we can do that double thing. You know what I'm saying? Just boom, 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 boom. Anal swab each other. Anal swab each other. All right. So this next one here is gonna go out to Mad Mike, and just want to give a shout out for everyone that is hanging out here in the Matrix party, the computer, the bowling alleys of your mind, the tainted swabs, the cucumber cheeseburger, the tainted swab. We got pancakes and rockets. I swear I saw Jesus. His face on a pancake, and then I realized it was Mark Sargent. I was at McDonald's, and I was got a pancake, and I saw Mark Sargent on the pancake. Yeah, if you look close enough to the moon, you can see the map, and it's Mark Sargent's face in the map of the moon, the spirit of the rainbow swab sticker. Everybody better be triple masking out there. How about the mask, right? Jim Carrey mask? Boo! Boo on the mask. Hey, commercial sound and video, what's up, bro? Oh, yeah. Don't swab me, bro. Leon, stranger, yeah. All right. Check it out. Here we go.
Man, I get so high, out of sight. Man, mind, with your sonic boom, put yourself through the plasma moon. Mad mind, land in the sky, new age of exploration. Mad mind, infinite land in chaotic creation.
This is the part of the song I always thought like Mad Mike would be all drinking some whiskey with a fat chick out in the trailer, out in the desert. He's like, hey, check it out. This guy wrote a song about me, right? He's drinking with some fat chicks. And then it gets to the end of the song. And he just starts doing this sexy dance for the fat ladies. And they just be getting it on. Right? Man, Mike getting it on. Getting it on up in heaven. He shot his rocket up to heaven. Psychedelic supreme. He's banging all the fat chicks in heaven. Somewhere far away. Drinking a fat chick in heaven. Drinking some whiskey, doing a little dance. Oh yeah. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right, True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here.
The horizon line is flat, Santa sky looks the same through the lens of my senses. At peace upon the plain. Hey, sunrise is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminary, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth. Where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the
Worked out there. Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix. live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo, woo. Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, in the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, A Slayer? Rosie Finn. Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon. Hey, hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. And, but it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house, shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap, opera, dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords. Man, I can't remember the chords. Dude, chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman, Earthman. Dottie's World Meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue? I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult.
I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sports. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks. I wear this.
Wait, check it out. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, I fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak. I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, Rand's dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to?
Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Squeegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee weegee weegee, squeegee weegee 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 board.
I make the Benjis, the limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, blue ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Fepe penguin knot. Got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga.
Bunch of important numbers, a bunch of important numbers, a bunch of important numbers, a 5, a bunch of important numbers. Number 9, bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 22, a bunch of important numbers. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. No way. I'm not in a cult. 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 Wait. Cults are cool. I'm in a cult. 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 It's fucking cool. I'm in a cult. I wear a kilt. I have a quilt. We make quilts. We're in a cult. We make quilts. It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow, wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah! Got visions, baby. Alright, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you, alright? We're gonna go out on the cultish gospel song. Why would anybody have a minor chord harmonica? What are we, from the UK? Alright, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's a hey, you know, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at split got the H minor out. Hey. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light.
When
Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah, you can get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, bake the bar, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong, self teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description, I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So, sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, come on, says a bit about it. Go get it, got a good bust a bucket. Bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar Return, March 27th. If any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. 2. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas
space away from the sun is the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
You have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. You went That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, shit. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it does. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work. Oh, hell no. Somebody figured it out. Oh, some scientist figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Look into it.
A Yellow Spiral Show.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.